Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/TracksMile2. And if you are watching YouTube, you like to see, maybe like, make comment, subscribe, and just see, for you leave a dislike, and tell me why. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me check the sound. Are we good? We good. Alright, I guess we're working on the next one. Let me get the game up and rolling. Give it a second. Okay. Hold up. There we go. Alright, flattened around. So I do think I want to go out and collect some stuff, but I haven't decided if I want to just kind of figure out the base first. We'll see. But yeah. I think I want to first kind of go out and collect some of the materials that I know I like to have, which means I'm going to head to the mountains for a bit, probably. Not too long, because it's not too far. I want some of the, late cobblestone, because I think that looks nice. And for a fancier building in the area, I think that would be good. Maybe. Watch me hit it, go through the whole thing, and do like, yeah, never mind. It's not that good after all. Alright. You're stuck. There we go. What have I got on me? I've got a bunch of stuff to jump first and foremost. Hey yo! Hey yo! I am happy with how this has come out. I do feel like I should have an area in the back, but I could dig into technically underneath, well, like if I was to go through like here, or rather back here, I could have like a door there maybe. I think that could be covered up, and then that would be plausible. I do need to get those windows in, but I need to put this stuff down first. That looks full on. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I'll go put the leather away as well. We'll go to, or rather, we'll turn the hides into leather. Oh, yeah, we can't hop out there anymore because I have removed that, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm happy to have it more actually done. I do like how it looks. It comes out feeling very fancy. I should put down the turnips. Anything else I could just put down? I could put down the wheat as well, for the moment. I don't know, I kind of like it. Food. We put down the berries, I wonder. I haven't tried doing that, but that feels like they should be able to. Yeah, look at that. So we could technically do something on the table, or I mean, I think I can even make a plate. Kind of thing. That just hangs off. That does not look good. For now, that can kind of go like that, I think. But if I could make some... If I could see if the plates could actually work. I don't think they do, unfortunately. Something you can't see, but I can. That would annoy me. But yeah, I think I want to kind of sort of gather some materials. But I'll get that window done first. Ah. Yep. Alright, and then... Ow. I'm for sure I can make it. I don't know why I thought I could. There we go. Boom. Yeah, I'd like just a little bit of the stuff. Which means we can go adventuring for like a tiny, tiny amount. Alright. Well, actually, I should probably go over that way and be faster that way. There we go. Down we go. Down we go. Down we go. And then... Hey, yo, baby! Let's get everything put up. That really needs to be put up. There. I guess that can go there. That's pretty empty. I didn't realize I had that. That's so good. Toss the meat in there. I mean, I have some basalt cobble, but that's not really what I'm looking for. Oh, I do have cedar logs on me. A bunch of junk I don't need. So let me quickly make another window set for there. Chuck the cedar in there. Since I do believe I did complete the... And the question was, can we put it on top? No. I don't feel like we should be able to. That makes sense. Well, I have eggs. I have everything else. I'm gonna go put that away, and then we'll go ahead and head on out. But I can just sleep pretty much anywhere as long as I get far enough away. I mean, it's not that big a deal. I'd rather get it done fast rather than short. The unfortunate thing... Oh, I forgot to put away the... I will say I do wish I had that last backpack layer. Just so that I could have just a little bit more room with the food. Well, I guess I don't need to make so many different types of food. Maybe if I eat out, like, eat up, like, one of them. If I clear out. Probably gonna clear out the pumpkin. Although it'd be nice to be able to have Or maybe the because I think I have apple on me. But meat pies, I think, and pumpkin pies are probably gonna be my best bet. And then, like, for when you really need to rush the food, I've got the popcorn. Or bread, I have to choose. Boom. All done. I wanted to do it like that because I thought that it would just kind of look a little bit better. I mean, it does still feel a little funky, but I would do those up down here, but they're just not see-through. And I feel like that's kind of important for a bottom layer because you gotta be able to look at it and see what's going on. I figured for bedrooms upstairs, the privacy would be better to have. Although maybe, I don't know, maybe they're not, even though maybe they're supposed to be transparent. I would believe it. But, like a yellowish tinge. I don't think that's the case, but I could believe it. We are going to go... Oh yeah, first we're gonna go that way for getting a counter. I forgot, we gotta do that first. Job number 1. Get counter. Because the shelves are really not working for what I want, so... Let's not forget a good fresh source of meat. Although at least because their meat dishes are just basically all the same meat anyway, even though there's like various types. I mean, I don't have to make decisions on that. Pumpkins in strange places that I swear I've cleared out 15,000 times, but you know, whatever. Alright, at least the markers just actually work. Yeah, I could get you. What would be the point, really? Alright. You. Be right over here. Obviously, well, I would say obviously I didn't run front of it, but it just wasn't showing up on the map. Poop. Now, I know there's skeletons all over, and I don't really care, because that's not what I'm here for. Yeah, who's gonna come first? Alright, I need to back up and eat. I need to get this guy first, though. Alright. Yeah, I'll take his sword, because his sword is kind of useful. In the sense that I can just, Alright, I need to let this healing heal. You know what? This is why we bring eggs with us. Cheap, easy heals. And you know what? I could be wrong. I might have already raided all the counters here. Which would definitively be unfortunate. I saw you. I mean, there's got to be other people still, right? Oh, there's a guy up there, but that's easy enough to deal with that guy. I don't know where he is, even. Yep. That works for me. I only need one thing now. But I'm hoping I missed last time. Or didn't take all of last time. Oh, wait, there's one down there. And an extra. Tankard. Score and score. I gotta deal with this guy first, because he's gonna be annoying otherwise. Boom. Alright, is there anyone other than that little mouse? I don't think so. I think I got them all. So I'm gonna go this way first. To look around. And there's a table. There's another tankard. Oh boy, we've hit some good stuff. Oh, there's a dude over there. Who is that? And that is that. We even have some bookshelves. Today is looking good. We got 2 simple wooden bookshelves. Like I said before, I rated this for other stuff before, but I mean, why not raid for the stuff I didn't raid for before now, right? I dropped a rusty shield. So that means that'll be pretty nice extra bits of iron there. Alright. That is a lost civilization counter. That's not really the one I was looking for. But it does work. And yeah, grabbing extra mugs. Always good, always good. I could take the bench too. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't feel like I could ever find the actual counter, so it gets frustrating. There might be like actual... like in the like if I just look through more carefully, but I just never do find it. Although it wasn't the counter I was looking for, although there is the Chort camp, so maybe I'll check the Chort camp. The more likely, but you can see I've rated it. I did. It wasn't even hard. There's the counter I was looking for. Take the chair too. Free furniture. Check this. Huh. Well, it's not like it's very valuable overall to me because I don't need the other, but I mean, hide tint. Yeah, so if it's a hide tint, oh, if it's hide, oh, that means I can't use leather. I have to use hide. Interesting. Oh, and more bookshelves. Boop. Huh. Apparently I didn't check in here, or if I did, I ignored it. Nope. It's mine now. I guess I can grab some more benches and stuff too. I don't know, they're a little funky looking, but at the same time I kind of like collecting. You never know what you might need, so... I like collecting. And grab that. Basically, makes life easier for me in every which way, shape, and form. But yeah, maybe I'll head up the Chork one next. Just to get more furniture. I don't think they're gonna have the bookshelves though, so I'm gonna be realistic on that one and say they're not gonna have that. I forgot these guys could have anything other than the broken down ones. That I don't really want, because it's not got a lot of books, it's just got a lot of cobwebs. Boom. Alright, Alright, I got what I wanted. Remove marker. I go over to the torch really quick. If I can move fast enough, I could just grab the furniture. I don't even have to deal with them because they're not that hard to deal with. Although a few of them do have things they can throw at. Yes, there is. Yeah, I hear you down there, buddy, but I don't think you have anything of use to me. Doesn't stop you from coming out of there, I guess. Oh, and then there's a dude here. I'm not gonna steal his stuff. Unless I see a tankard, because tankards are specifically used. I'd love to take his bookshelf. I don't know. I don't like raiding his house. It feels wrong. Maybe it's just because they've got like that little bit of like actual pep to their step and stuff, the little characters. It makes me feel like, oh, but I might actually cause... Oh, he's upstairs, so I can look inside. Yeah, plus, like, he's got nothing! What can I take from the guy? Like, they got, like, nothing! They dress up so fancy, but they got nothing, you know? Like, it's a bit of quarter of the room. He's not gonna come back down for it. I do find these weird. Oh, go sleep in my bed, man. See, nothing. Nothing's going on. Oh, he spotted me actually doing something. Dude, I'm not stealing. This is mine. I don't think he follows me out of his home. Oh, he is. Eh. I think... I'm not sure what causes them to decide that you're obviously dangerous or bad. Because, like, I didn't actually do anything. I mean, I guess if he follows me and dies, that's on him, but... I didn't do anything. I just kind of was there. But as far as I could tell, it's just more like... he saw that I was in his home doing something. Which makes me wonder if basically what he's reacting to is me just clicking on something when he's looking. Which is interesting. So did the guy come back? Or is he just gone now? I see. Oh, he does care now. So weird. Like, I can't figure out what I supposedly have done. Because normally they're so chill. Like, all I did was sleep. And these are my bookshelves I stole from, like, some castle. That had nothing to do with it. Just looking around. They do actually have the ones I wanted. Yeah. He was throwing pebbles. Wow. See, these are what I want. I can take both. Wow. 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 I do. You know, forks at first are kind of difficult to deal with, but once you understand how they work, they're not the work. They're like pretty easy to understand. I got his stone fork mace. It's really not about. I mean, I do think like this before. I think that each tool, weapon is good for like different things. I don't know what the maces are good for, but that's really just more indicative of my style not being terribly like, oh, picky, 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 picky. Look at the picky pickies. Would you like a pumpkin? No. Like a pumpkin? Like a pumpkin. Good. Good, piggy. I'm gonna leave you out here, wild piggy. I gift you a semblance of peace when I walk through the area. Do I hunt the spooter? Yes. Alright, let me go put my stuff that I have looted comfortably away while the cat of mine sits in front of me and causes trouble. Yes. I don't have anything you want, cat. He swears he's cute. Well, yes, he is cute. That's not really helping his case. As much as he thinks it is. No. No. I don't need a sneak thief. No. Alright, so first off, we got some simple bookshelves that actually had, since they had books in them. I can go into my cave area down here and just make a area for books. There we go. Cat. And they can go in here. Perfect. They've got some ancient ones that are actually nice and have full of books. They just aren't very common. Which feels a shame. Yeah, mushrooms are... So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I am going to chuck this in here for the moment because I don't need that. I'm actually going to carry the hide over to here and just see... No. Well, it claimed its hide. There's more to it. Alright. Yeah, that was done. I'm gonna go chuck it into the leather. And lastly, what I wonder is how do you... Can this be put in? Nope. Well, we have things to take over. So we're gonna take things over. We'll put them in and over there. I guess we'll put the venom in there too. Maybe at some point we could put this down. That would be nice. Like if it's got that 3D model, right? If I want to have like a police potion brewers kind of area and all that, I'd love to be able to put down the ingredients designated as such. Alright. Junk! I think it doesn't go in here. Oh, I actually need to put away the other stuff too. This can go in here. The random things I picked up. I want to take one of these downstairs and see if I like it, but... Better. You know what, it's fine as that. I'll leave this. I'm like, why is this not working? Nah! I will say, I probably should adjust the keybinds. To some extent, because it does... I don't really want to, because I do find this to be more... But because I play both, this and Minecraft, I think that would be better to put that there. And then if I could get a... I don't think I can get an open... Well, I can technically get an open book, but it has, like, a light on it. I think there's other scrapbook things we can make. What's breathing? It could be. Slightly leaky roof. I suppose at least I have a floor in between, typically. Alright. There we go. Ow. Last few items. Yes. I somehow ended up bringing the candle back. Yep, whatever. Hi-yo, Chris! How are you? Oh, can't be 10. Nice. That's good to hear. I'm doing okay. About to go out and gather some materials. I'll just make things for way real quick. Doing a little bit of basic stuff. I see, that's what I could throw away. You know, somehow I have managed to keep all of my animals. Oh, I don't think you got to see last time. I found some amazing mood lighting. I'm good. It's hard to see when it's not, when it's daytime, but it turns everything purple. I need to actually finish the outside, the floor. The ceiling. Actually, well, I don't like using camphor in that way. I could. Let's just use it for what I don't like using it for, but it's cheap. And that no roots equal no dirt, which I feel is cheapest. Let me see if I can't kind of sort of... Obviously, eventually they'll actually, but... I'll figure that one out later. Hopefully it'll kind of show the vibe. I've got no idea. See if you can see a little bit. Yeah, look. See how it like just, it's purple lighting? It's purple. There. Try to kind of... I'm going to try and get a little bit more of that done so you can kind of see that real quick. I found... Instead of like using the camera, which is so pretty for this, but... you know what? It'll do. It'll work. I can get more... Cheapest sapling type. Well, not really, in terms of like actual price, but one of the cheapest ones is heard of like amount of dirt consumption. I do feel, as I said earlier, that is far more important. Alright. Anyway, but yeah. You know what? I just need to do it like this. There we go. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Doesn't that feel... Ooh. Cool, huh? I mean, I guess to be fair to it, it does come from the most dangerous area, so there's that. Yeah, I just like that it is actually purple. I suppose it would depend on a variety of things. Because it's not as simple as just going yes or no. Because, I mean, think about it. Well, I think a good example would be what would it take to be able to do it, right? If it's something that's just as simple as, like, read some words and maybe something happens, I mean, maybe. But the fact is, like, if it's a long, complicated, stupid process just to get, like, you lit a candle or whatever, I don't think I'd want to do something like that. The amount of effort that you have to put in for it, I feel like it just wouldn't be worth it. So I suppose it's potential effort slash badness to it. Yeah, that's kind of where I go. Yeah, I do think it's more along the lines of kind of just, alright, we're gonna go north now. We're going to the mountains. And I know I could go to the mountains without using the portals, but I don't know, I want to go this way. More trip-like that way. But I think a good example as to why, like I said, you have to do, like, if you have to do, it really would depend on, like, what would even be what. I see. Because, realistically speaking, there's a lot of things that would have to go into that to be determined for one way or the other. Heck, as I said before, technically, to some extent, there's a logic to assuming that you wouldn't even necessarily understand. The entire point would be it's just something you don't understand, necessarily. So yeah, I don't know. I think it would depend on a lot of different factors. Boom. I don't know, I guess restoration. The ability to restore. I don't know. Like I said, I think there's a lot more just to kind of... Again, not simply assuming that it's one way that the magic system would work. There's 100 different ways it could work. It could be something that instead is simply related to your physiology, right? You're able to start fires because, or rather fire magic because your body is naturally inclined to that. That's just either heating or something else along those lines. Water breathing, you're developed of gills or something. So I do think to some extent that it would depend on what it would actually be. That's the problem. It's not a simple question. It sounds like it should be a simple question, simple answer. In reality, it's, well, I mean, if it works like this, then maybe like that. But if it worked like that, where's the bear? The bear's up top. If I was to go up top, I could get that bear. No, I was saying even beyond that, like, are you actually Violet? I don't think you are, but you are. I think there's a certain value to just... killing the bear. My own two hands. Bear. Anyway. Well, I'm just saying, like, beyond even that, is it... Mm-hmm. Bear meat. Very valuable for food. I'm trying to remember if there's a mountain nearby. I think that's a mountain, actually. Where am I? I am here, so I could turn there. That's a Yeti. No, I'm just saying, like, there's a variety of different systems I could work under. To some extent. It could be something where it would be something anybody and everybody would use. So that's more where I was going along with. I was just more saying, I think it would just depend on, like, what does it require for what? There. Well, see, the thing is, I feel like that'd be too annoying over time. Like, something I would maybe read into, but then not actually bother trying. The point it gets around to actually doing that, I'd be like, well, why would I do that? Probably. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't, like, read up on it, learn about it, da-da-da-da. But I think once we get to the part of actually having to do something with it, I probably would end up being like, whatever. Realistically speaking. Knowing how I tend to be. Yeah, I'm gonna go that way. Once I can figure out my way back up. Baptism. I just don't think it'd be something I'm, like, super obsessed with, so I would probably not really focus on it in the same way that I don't know. I get the feeling I probably... If we were to just go by how I play video games, we're being really realistic here. Not what I'd rather be, but, like, just what... What I was gonna say is, I feel like, if I'm being realistic, right? more than anything else. I think I'd probably end up being some form of warrior. I don't... Like, I like thinking things through, don't get me wrong, but my first choice is typically smack it and see what happens. I just gotta be realistic there. Probably. We'll get the spot. Yeah. Okay. All right. I see. Well, fair enough. That didn't work. Well, I'll just have to get back up a different way. This one might be enough. Yeah, this will be enough. Yeah. You mean watching me try to go up a tree and then fail? Did you see that? Hmm. But no. I mean, realistically, that's typically what I choose in games and stuff as well. Well, I don't mind, like, having a bow for some extent, like, for a long distance. I mean, it's kind of easy for me to just be like, alright. Yeah. To heal. I guess totally just did that to myself again and again. Yeah, no, I see it. That's what I said. I'm being realistic here. I just have enough caution that I don't immediately die to things. It doesn't mean that I don't, like, go in head first once I know what I'm doing. I mean, realistically speaking, let's be honest, if I was to restart the game at this point, which I will eventually do, I probably would go try to make a pair of daggers real quick, right? Get some iron. And fight just about anything and everything. Get a sword for toads. Yeah. Maybe. Or, you know, I mean, like a Ranger's Apprentice Ranger. That could be that. That'd work. 11 girls, so that's some good work. But I mean, in the style. Yeah. I I mean... I don't know, maybe. Probably. Sneaky. I was referring to sneaky. Although I'm not terribly sneaky, but I think I could still do something with it. More in the sense of... if nothing is alive to see you... then technically you are very stealthy. Right? Yeah. I'll just be realistic to sell this, so I don't know. Find a proper mountain, but I can't. There we go, there's the mountain. I knew it was nearby. One thing I can say is I'd be the person that nobody would ever hand the map to and try to get to like, try to figure out the direction. I mean, that's pretty obvious. I think. Like, anybody else can take charge of leading where we go, but me. I mean, I never know where I end up. Have you seen how I play games? It's just cobble. Here's the basalt cobble we were looking for. Just miss it. I'd like some slate too, though. Yeah, no, I wouldn't trust myself with a map. Unless I was trying to be, I don't know, leading something astray, I guess. Yeah, like if you're on a team and your teammates need a distraction, I mean, I could be that. Going the wrong direction 4 different times. Well, whoever is supposed to be distracted is just frustrated by the fact that I just can't find where I'm going. Or justify why I'm going there. You know? And take a bite of, like, an apple and be like, yep. I know I'm trying to go there. Well, I don't know where there is, but I know I'm trying to go there. What was this? Scream. Yep. Well, probably not an apple. I'm not too fond of apples, but something like that to that. Yep. Grab some, probably a piece of jerky, actually. This will turn on. No. Yeah, let's find more Yetis! Yetis are useful. Yetis have campfires. And sometimes those campfires Fire. Yeah. Well, that one has a fire. Well, I don't think it's smart to say they've got two sticks that they've managed to put together to get fire. In this sense. They'd have to be that smart where they'd freeze their butts off. Or they'd be like the wolves. But I mean, at least for right now. They might get smarter. I mean, it doesn't necessarily even mean that they made the fire, it just means that they're the ones using the fire. Again, you don't have to be too smart, just strong and mean enough. Make something else make you fire. And then take it for yourself. I mean, think about it. How much brain does it have to take to go, me cold, they not cold, me take their thing, me now no longer cold. Adventures. Some stupid outlander that went just a tad too far. I mean, we have beings that do make fires. Effectively in the area. Here, in fact, let's see, is there anyone... they might have... I think that's actually not the... I think that is the... It might be. Let's go over that way. Like, quite literally within the area, I think I just spotted something that can make fire. Well, in the area. It's still a bit off, but... far away, but... point is more along the lines of just... See, this is the problem. I shouldn't be the one in control because I do that. I don't think it's actually there, but I think it is a little bit further. That is not. That is throw. But those also are a good example of things that could make fire that Yeti could take fire from easy. Puppy, what are you doing? Tuna is feeling rather energetic and excited. Alright, so it looks like there might be something over here that's not just ice. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it is just ice. Never bother coming this way. Ice. But a good example of something that could make fire, that it could be stealing fire from... There's two in the north. You could take a Yeti. I mean... to some extent... yes. To some extent, maybe not. So that's gonna hurt. I'm gonna grab this gold, because I can. I've got shale cobble by a little bit, and basalt cobble. Both of which are kind of things I'm looking for to have, like, added in bits. Pieces. Here, let me see if I know that I have a spot to go up somewhere nearby. Well, I could just use that, I think. Let's see if anybody spawns. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I did get a guy to spawn here once. But if I go further out, I can actually find. Not this guy. This guy can't make fire. But see, we have fire here from Chorks. I'm gonna steal the Chorks fire. I still can't make my own. But, see, you have Chorks. Chorks live here. No Chorks ever spawned there, really, other than, like, I think I managed to get them to spawn once. Not that one specifically, though. I'm not really stealing from the Chorks. I'm stealing from potential Chorks. But the other option, I think there is one nearby. Let me see if I can't figure that out. Oh, no, that's not it. It's not it. I think it's further out, just a little bit. Oop. Okay. I lived. Barely. But I lived. Anyway, another example of individuals who totally could have their home, have their stuff stolen by, the Yetis are over here. See, we've got some right in there. Whew. That was dangerous. I'm gonna have to fight them because I'm down here now, but... Look! An Outlander. I'm fine. I carefully did not hit ice. See this guy. He could have his fire stolen by a Yeti. He can make fire, too. Mind you, they're tough as, like, all get out. Although, he will drown. So if I stay here, he will drown. I might just let him drown. I don't know. It's probably a lore thing. I mean, he's got lungs. Deal with stuff, I guess. Although I think it has to do with, lore stuff. Heavy fabric imbued with a quiet, brooding darkness was devised by Outlanders prior to their first communion with the Void. Though still a core component of their garb, the secret of its making has long since been lost. If I have to guess what it is that he hates about us, is that we are opposing of the Void. I am going to steal his stuff, though. I have no problem doing that at this point. Well, the Void is supposed to be the major bad guys. We don't know exactly why yet, because that's story-related stuff we haven't gotten yet. We just know they bad. And that they destroyed the world, effectively. And these guys helped. Maybe. At the same time, I do feel like there's a certain level of just kind of wishing, hey, why can't we just, you know... I don't know, kill enough of them, and then, you know... become friendly by wearing a disguise. There's that question. Probably. Up there's a dude. But see, like, I mean, that dude, he has no reason to have been aggroed on us for anything. He was already shooting. But the heavy implication... Yeah, they respawn super fast as well. And that's why I go, I want to be able to disguise myself and raid their stuff in peace. Thank you. Or not have to raid them specifically. The only reason I really feel like raiding them is because they definitely are not very positive to me. Mind you, I'm sure plenty of people would rather just raid them anyway, but I do kind of feel like I'd like to be able to like, at the very least, disguise myself. And then I could use the disguise to do different things. But maybe certain outfits have certain buffs and negative and debuffs. A good example would be if you can make yourself a Outlander outfit, maybe with like their stuff, right? Then you can be positive towards Outlanders, or Outlanders will have a more positive feeling towards you. But maybe Quebecs are not as positive towards you. Kind of thing. Buddy. Yeah, this is why I end up going so much longer, right? More often than not. But yeah, in theory we'll be fighting the Void because we're on the side of, I think, Orvis. I think the Orvis is the name of the world? I'd have to look at it more. At the very least, we're technically on the good side. In theory, I mean, as much as anyone can be. Yeah, you can't get to me, but I can get to you. Alright, that was my last bit of tastiness there. But yeah, in theory, we're not the bad guys. Typically. I mean, in the sense that I don't think that, very many games go with that as the logic. I mean, maybe you play yourself less, heroically, but that's a different issue, right? Hmm. Hidden room. Alright, we've made it to the tippy top. We're back to ice, maybe. We're back to safe areas. Iron. I got a decent amount of each. I don't think it's gonna be enough to like make any specific buildings, but it'll be enough to down running. Probably. Here, let's go see if this guy has what I'd be looking for. Wahahaha. because I actually do need the... I do want the campfires more than anything else, because I like using them. They look good. They suit the aesthetic I want for fire. But unfortunately, they are not craftable yet. And so we collect the fire. I mean, as you can see, there's plenty of things that you have around here that the Yeti could totally steal a campfire from. Or steal somebody's camp from these places. One foolish individual. And mind you, I'd assume they probably still make it themselves to some extent, but... much like everything else in this game, they don't seem too opposed to eating us, so, well... tough world, I guess. I know. It's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Yeti dude, but, tough world. Out there, and I'd like my stuff. Thank you kindly. Alright, shall we try and start heading home? Or are we gonna go more this way and just kinda... wander into an alley? Okay. Actually, you know what? I don't... Is that just copper? I think it is. It's got a big copper node at the top, yeah. Alright. The only city around here is that one. I think the skeletons might have some extra fire. I didn't really think about it before, but you know... why not steal from skeletons? Skeletons are worth snagging stuff from, right? I mean, they don't need fire. They can't even tell if it's warm or not, right? I mean, that's only if they actually have anything. If they don't, oh well. Well, that was a thought that counted. Alright. We're only out here, huh? Next dude that comes along gets it. At least it's easy to fight them. Penguin, you should be more careful. What if I hadn't realized you were a penguin? You'd have been hurt. Right. Okay, I need to get out of here. I need food. I forgot about that little tiny factoid. Well, luckily I didn't forget about food. We don't have time. Alright, it's better to be in the castle. I mean, I hear something shooting. I don't see something shooting, but I do see something I can shoot. Unless something pops out, I am ready for anything that pops out. We're just gonna sit here for the night, and we're just gonna sleep right here. Because they can't find us. I feel like those empties. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just saw. Are those... or is it that they're broken? I think it's because they're broken. I was gonna be like, ooh, that looks like that's empty. I've totally been here. Sure, I'll do that again. Alright. Alright. We're hunting skeletons, and it's because they're broken. I wanna have... I like the... I really like the shape, but they just are not... Because none of them are see-through. I think I've totally been here before, and I've rated this one. Nope. Huh. Okay, what am I carrying? How much crap can you carry? Too much. Useful. So, do we want to go down and deal with Doggo? Or do we just want to steal I kind of just want to steal the chest's loot without actually doing any... Alright. What if I mess this up? I don't think I actually have a use for this stuff. Alright, I mean, I do, but, like, you know. Wait for all of them. Alright. Yeah, okay. So... Found it! Man, we got so much good stuff that we could take. Berries, I don't care about. Stale rubble, I don't care about. One singular stick I can get rid of. Gold bar, come to me? Yeah. I don't think there's anything else in there I want. Don't want to drink that. That would be too annoying. Yeah. Alright, so here's how we're gonna handle this. Ta-da! A touch of a waste. Overall, better than nothing. We got some things we can get some thorium from. Actually, I could replace my chest plate with this. Because I like the poison resistance that thorium gives you. Check this one. Ooh. Yeah, we're good. Ow. Ow! I mean, dude. Like, once I can finally hit you, you're going down, down, down. Come on. Be better not to run. And have to deal with it. Oh, we got our loot. Shall we head home? Not that direction, because that's not the right way. Slightly that way. And I didn't even have to kill the dog. Because I looted the chest from underneath. Too good at it. I don't need bear meat because I am basically out of meat. Space. I have out of space for meat. I don't think it really matters too much, but you know. Sweet home, we're coming for you. Now that we've got some of the stuff to kind of think about, I just walked through thorns. Anyway, as I was saying, now that I've got some of the stuff to just started thinking about using, I'm going to try growing a couple of the spiral trees as well beyond what I already have. For the fruits specifically, because they do glow, and I like the... Oh, I don't need to deal with you. Because you don't even have anything good. I mean, maybe if I could relight it. But, like, why would I want yours? That is death. Look at this. Oh yeah. I think this is the town that is both a Quebec town and there's like some Outlanders in here somewhere. Yeah, see there's an Outlander like right there. I'm curious, where does the Outlander come in from? There's two of them. Weirdly enough, they're peaceful with each other, which feels a little bit bizarre. You can't keep up with me. You'll have to go around. I'm not even sure where they come from. Yeah, if you could find me. I've climbed all the way up. I dare you to get up here. I'm just trying to figure out where they come in. Like, they exist here, but I don't know why. I was just trying to see. I don't see anything. That makes sense, though, so... I'm gonna head on out. Weird. I mean, now that I know what they are, I could just hurt this guy. Yeah, he takes a lot of health. You know what? I could just kill them both. Try and figure out why. Yeah, but they're gonna chill! I kind of like that as a scene just because it's so weird. Like, but why? Why does he hate me? Why could they be chill and not me? Yeah, see, he's chill. You look at the doors, they're so tiny. Yeah, you're not gonna hit me while I'm inside someone else's house. No, the first time I ever came across an Outlander, I did not attack first. Or I guess I did technically hit them once with an arrow, but not these Outlanders. And as far as I know, it doesn't matter if you do or not. They're still gonna attack you. Oh, that's not good. It's just weird. I really don't want to waste your nonsense. But I can't pick up the meat. It feels such a waste. What can I drop instead? Poison. I don't need poison. Poison's nice to have, but it's not useful. But no, I do just kind of end up going, but why? Can they be chill? And I can't be chill. Like, come on. I'm just as chill. But no, it's just in general, that's how that is. And it's just like, man. See, the one place I ever kind of even sort of... I don't think I actually smacked them first, though. Because I wasn't sure. I think it's this, right? No, this is a different one. This was just empty. Maybe they're supposed to come in here. You know what? I'm stealing their fire. Not good for them. But they're spawning over there instead. I bet that's it. It's not good to have fire inside. you had a chimney, that'd be one thing, but you don't. I'm stealing that so you don't die. But it's probably got that whole, they're just not spawning in the right spot kind of thing. Some things do that. And again, not healthy. Boom. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's just meant to be that they're beings who are opposite to us, so therefore they hate our guts. I can't eat snow. I'm giving you guys a more valuable item here. I can find a place to put it. Though they won't understand how valuable it truly is. Snow. I'm gonna go steal these pumpkins over here. Pig bait. Honestly, I'm so shocked that we're not able to, wrap things. Anyway, but yeah, no. They just, they hate us. Even before I do anything. And are stupidly strong, so it's like... Yeah, I could feed you guys the pumpkins, but that seems kind of mean. Because I'm not taking it back with me, so, yeah. Boom. Oh, look. Cauliflower. I don't think I have anything I would be willing to drop for cauliflower. Yep. Nothing that I'd be willing to drop for cauliflower. Bear. Bear 1. Bear 2. Bear 3! Oop. How much life energy am I running around with? Hmm. There we go. Was it a moose or a bear or neither? I thought I saw a bear. Honestly, though, I think other things I would do if I was to, whenever I do restart, right? Whenever they do the fancier terrain or thing, I think I'd prefer living, not necessarily the mountains, although because things are definitely a little more painful, but I think I'd prefer living in the woodsy area. Like, bears aren't that big a deal overall. Skeletons aren't that bad. Free food, really a lot easier to find bears out in the colder areas. Realistically speaking, like because I ended up living in what's effectively the starter area. I don't have as much stuff. I do love that little bit there I just played. A little riff. Ow. But no, I just kind of like it better. But I just didn't know what I'd be looking for in a home. Yeah, so this is where I first came across the Outlanders over here. Because there was a dude, I think the dude will be there because he's always there. Heck, look! My oh so very safe spot, I'm like, ah! Right back to every time. So I got used to them. But he was just asleep, and I was just trying to see, like, what was he doing? But, so, you know, I go up to the guy, I'm like, oh, he doesn't seem that bad. He looks kind of cool. Thunk. Although, it wasn't, Archer before, it was the other dude. Yeah, the guy that's coming running now. He can't get me. Easy. You can see exactly how far away you have to be to, for them not to kill you. Also, there's a wizard dude that sometimes spawns here as well. Yeah, there he is. He brings the dogs. Dog has to actually spawn. Unfortunately, oh. I guess this last update must have bugged the dogs again. Infinite food glitch returned. I'm sure they'll fix it again. Well, more of a leather, but... But why? Oh, yeah, that's actually something I want. Although leather isn't that important, so I don't know, maybe they just decided that it'd be better that way. Alright, void crystal. What do I want to get rid of for it? That would be better. What would we guess? You know, I will give this up for now. And I'm going to eat this. Because that's 3 easy void crystals. I do like that the mages, the Outlander mages are just useful to getting that stuff. Because it's like, if you want void stuff, it's kind of hard to get unless you get... Because basically, I feel like... I kind of hope that they do more with it in the future to make it a little bit... Not easier. I don't think it should be easier in that sense. Like, it shouldn't be easy, but I do think... I kind of hope that there will be a way to kind of... have an easier time getting the crystals. Because either you have to wait till like midnight at the moment, basically. Get the void creatures to start spawning, and you have to be in specific areas, because if you're not in those areas, they will not spawn. You have to get lucky and find, when you're looking through Outlanders, and find a mage, priest, whatever they are, I don't know if they are. And then, once you've done all the, and then if that fails, go to the dimension. With a load of them. And hope, again, just hope that you actually get one. Despite the reality that most likely you will not. I do feel like I hope that kind of gets just a wee bit. Not a lot. Just your likelihood of finding them. Is that a bear down there? Well, that worked. Well, I guess I'm gonna be heading home. Do I have room for more bear meat? No. Oh well. It was still nice to find some. As the sun sets. But yeah. I don't know, either Quebecs are supposed to be the most just... and I believe it, to be clear, on this one. They're supposed to be the friendliest of individuals, that they are... I don't know. It just happens kind of thing. Are you... Yeah, I know, I just wanted to know what you were doing, man. I'm gonna knock you out of your misery, because you're not gonna live. I'm sorry. But that's not a long life. That you shall live there. Torky torkies. Torky torky. Torky 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 torky. Did I miss a fire spot back here? Like, I know I don't pay attention. Oh no, that's just mushrooms. So like, I know I don't pay attention, but I would think I'd pay that much attention. Hi! Hello! Hey, Ray? Hi! One sec. Thank you for the ray, get me. Let me... Yeah. Hello, hello, hello! How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. Hi. It has. How have you been? I hope you've been well. Alright, I'm going to die. I'm not careful. Nice. That's good. As you see, we're doing some Hytale today. Oh, I do love that. I just love that. The look. Ah, so good. So good. I know. Sorry, I had to enjoy that a second. But yeah, that's good to hear. Try to see if I can't get the music to play. I'm also trying to decide if I want to go out hunting for the bad things. I have to go inside now. Think about it. Too close. And I didn't jump. I like of course. Anyway, but that's good to hear. And now I can see at night. I can see at night. Look at the purple. The purple. I don't know. I love just the way that the light just kind of actually is. Gives off the vibes. Hey, still don't have a name for you. And Reggie! Reggie, our house mouse. Our good little house mouse. Yeah. Alright. And you know, that guy probably should have a name too. If only I could actually name them. We actually have a lot of animals we probably should name here. When I think about it. Actually, wait, what am I doing? I need to go and chuck the stuff. Onions! Chicken trapped. And even though I think I gave the chicken away back in, the chicken doesn't know how to use it. Or did I take it away? I took it away, that's right. Because I decided I didn't want other things to use it. Sorry, buddy. And I can't take the eggs out of there right now because I'm doing other things. Give me a minute. Alright. Anything in any of these? Yeah. Anything here? Nope. I guess... Oh, right. I have to take the wood out of my inventory. What am I doing? Anything in here? Nope. Anything in this one? I think so, actually, yeah. Yeah. Hey, I want to know... No, okay. How do you get hide? Do I have to have like light leather hide or something? Do you think? It's gotta be it. Something like that. Alright, so we can make more food now. It will be tasty. Pumpkins for piggies. Crystals. Ores. I just sat down. How's that doing? Pop that out, pop that in there. Put that on a second while that's going. Okay, so yeah, no, not hide either. Okay. Well, heavy. Okay, I might have killed a few too many things while I was out and about. I'm gonna be a little bit honest here. I killed a few too many bears. Whoops. Whoops. That wasn't... Yeah. I mean, they're my primary source of food. So, I mean, there's that, but it's just... Whoops. Alright, yeah, I just gotta slowly work through that. Can't be much, but... Oh, wait, I could check light leather hide. Nope, not that either. Alright, have a good night's sleep. I'll chuck this in here. I'm gonna get a little bit of work done on the big building so I can determine how I want it to be. I need to look at these as well. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, so I want to do some of these along the bottom. Of the area. Reggie, it's fine. It's just me. I can't wait for the day I can turn around. Alright. No, I also get a heavy hide from that. But it's cheap. I really do need more places to use the leather. I would be honest. I have so much leather that's just taking up space. Alright, so what I want to look at here... Other than... Putting those down for now. Alright, I want to see how this kind of looks. I want to make this be like a base, basically. I'll figure something else out in between. Maybe I need to grab just a tiny bit more. Make like a pillar. Oop. Nope, you can't come out. You won't be safe. You're in danger. And smooth. Yep, let's do those. Just to see how that comes out looking. I don't need too much. Alright, so what I want... There we go. is I'm gonna come over here with all my new materials to play around with. Alright, so I actually kind of like the idea of this being the way this would be-ish. What I want to do is I'm gonna pick a side. I think I'm gonna remove that. Okay. Remove this. Ordinarily, I wouldn't go this deep, but I do think that I would like there to be a tiny moat around the whole thing. Just a teeny tiny one. Nothing crazy. Alright. I do like the idea of just kind of having it all be about the same length. Though that does mean let's get out the clippers a second. Okay. We're at least gonna start probably there. Oops. So I want to put one like this. Huh. Not exactly what I was imagining, but you know, whatever. 3, 4, 5. Kind of like that. And then we just kind of bring these out like this. I don't have enough. I do think that would go to 4. 5, and then probably go with there. And again, have a panel like that. Alright. Because I think this would be a good way to create an area of vibe. As you're going past, obviously, on your tiny thing here. As I said, I've said before, a very tight turn, but I kind of like it as a thing. I'll have to remove anything that doesn't fit within it, but otherwise, I mean, it works. And yeah, I do kind of just like the idea of having a little bit of water around the whole thing. Not a lot, mind you, because there's still gotta be room. For a road on this level. There. As it comes through. And it's gotta be big enough for the carts. But I think that's still doable. I'm gonna need more basalt stuff, but I think I'm probably gonna have to collect more. That's gonna be annoying to collect, but yeah. I actually kind of like that as a thing. As a backdrop there. Well, it won't really be a backdrop. I might go in, unless they change water physics in like the next update kind of thing. I might go in once I'm done with it being built in creative to add the water, just because I don't really want to displace other water just to have that. And it'd be a good chance for me to kind of learn how to use that a little bit. Nothing crazy, just a little. And again, I would just do it any other way, but unfortunately that's just not really plausible with the way things are. But that's it. There's no other reason. There was a way to just even kind of collect up together and then allow for a bucket of water to be taken out of, like, tankards. You will. I think even that would be fine enough for me, but I don't know. But that's where I go with it. Alright. What do I do? They almost want to... I kind of want to collect the dirt here. And then use that to kind of bring forward. So this is intended to be a safer zone, I guess you could say. Okay. There you go. There we go. I'm not gonna go all the way out, but it's enough to kind of get the vibe. For it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. And 1, 3, 4, 5. I already know I don't have enough to do all of it, but again. Do I want to go all the way? I don't think I do, actually. I think I'd much rather kind of... Although I could just bring everything down to that level. I mean, I was already planning on it, but... allowing it to be the deepest part. I need to make a decision here. I mean, I do want to bring this all down, I think. I was thinking originally maybe I wouldn't, but I do think I do. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that would go here. This would be the edge. It'd be super expensive to kind of do the whole thing, but and then yeah. So kind of get the idea. And I'll need more of this stuff to do it as well. Which I will collect. I will. I want it to go all the way down to there. And then what I want to do with the dirt, let me take some of that out. I want it to come up, but I don't want to come up. Like, wherever I am at, I want to kind of determine based on that. There. And yeah, I think it will look... exotic, maybe. Not exotic. But, like, it'll look very different from everything around it with all the white and the light. And then that's just going to be, like... I like the idea of kind of having that be a base for that. Yeah, I kind of picture the concept that the water would most likely, maybe come here? Oops. Do that. And yeah, I do think all the way down. Just see how that looks. Yeah, I think that would be a good way to kind of handle that. And as I said, I think once I've built the road in, that'll help a little bit to kind of determine... I might even just build the road as I want it to kind of come across over here and then connect it over. Because I do think that would be technically easier. Because I mean, you could see it's over there. That's not over here. So what I'd want to do is I want to kind of wind. Yeah. Maybe set up where I would want the stuff in the future. The question becomes, what would look better though? Would it be better to have the ability to have some buildings along this side? And then have the road closer to there? creating a much tighter turn, which isn't great for carts. You know what? Here's how we'll do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's what it is, right? If it was to be here, would that be best? I kind of like it. I think it'd be a little close, but I think that would be okay on this side over here. Because we do have our little through line back here, I think, somewhere. Back here? Yeah. Actually, now that I look at this... Is this necessary? Right here. This chunk right here. Is that really necessary? Look at this. Not really, no. It kind of looks funky. No, you know what that means. We must smooth it. Again, it's determined more, I kind of determined more along the lines of just, with these chunks, I don't like the way they're coming out, kind of thing. Oh yeah, even less needed. I mean, I was thinking, I think of doing that for Wizard Tower kind of thing, but at the same time, I don't like it, and I actually know the Wizard Tower could be done here. I was trying to decide what I'd do with this, but I kind of don't like it at all. So if I remove this chunk right here, that already does a lot. Go flower petals. Oh, look, dogs. But yeah, I kind of would rather, I think, remove that, because I think that would look better there. And then, again, the smoothing can happen, like, right here as well. And then that would help quite a bit. Wait, am I doing this right or not? I know I'm clearing that spot out there, because I don't like how that looks. I think that's just that, and then that's down there. I have to kill dogs to kind of deal with it, or decide about it. But I don't like this. This feels a little too much. And we already have our perfect kind of way to clear it out as well. So, yeah. In fact, I might even bring this back a little bit more. Let me see. Let me look from that point of view. Yeah. It removes a chunk that, honestly, I don't know what I would have done with it. Alright. But I think it'll help kind of to smooth it over. To clean that up. Realistically speaking. Kind of glad I stopped to look at that, because I would have otherwise been like, yeah, it's fine, and then I'd just not be happy with that result, because I would not be happy with that kind of look. That does not make me happy. I will continue clearing that out. I need to go sleep, though. I don't know, I just love the color. I love everything, that everything turns. I don't know. I mean, I like sunset kind of on Minecraft, but I don't know. Even Vibrant Vegetables did not, like, just feel engulfing in the way this does. Like, it feels like night's coming. It's so good. I don't know how else to describe it. Other than just like it feels like a world is engulfed in night as it slowly just turns. I mean, a good cast shaders on Minecraft can do a similar effect, but I don't know. I like the hue, I guess. Although, I feel like it's maybe a little too pink in the morning. Well, like reddish pink. It still does the job. It feels vibrantly awake and all that. I don't know how else to put it. Tastiness. Alright, yeah. We'll just clear out all the dirt and everything, clear out the chalk. Try to work on the stone, and then it'll kind of hopefully become an area that feels good. I'm glad to hear you're doing fine. Hello, Tomas. Sorry, I made a realization, so I'm working on it. I wish that this would work better. But that's not my realization. Okay. Alright, there. Well, to be more clear, I just, like, realized there's things I must remove from this world. More land must be removed. Not really dirty, just... Kinda glad I was just trying to plan the road. Otherwise I wouldn't have been like, wait a minute, I don't like that. So it would have been too late. And I still have to do it. Just at a much later date and I'm less happy about it. There you go. Alright. Okay. There. Okay. And just gotta clear this one out. And then the last one will be that one. And I'll show you what I'm doing. So, here's the thing. I don't like this being here. I don't like this either. So I'm going to remove both. I think this thing actually, this is where I want to also clear out right here. So I will be clearing this out as well, I believe. It'll be a little bit harder though than this first. You can see I've already kind of cleared there, and then it'll be like just a little bit outward there instead. And then both of these, I think this is the thing that I didn't like, right? Yeah. What? I meant for the shape of just being able to actually go around in the bottom. Yeah, I'll show you. Like, I was just looking because I was gonna do the road, right? I was just putting that there, and I was like, oh, that could work. And I was like, trying to figure out where you go in for the way across. But it's next to impossible to realize because it's like way over here. So I'm just gonna kind of clear that out. So instead, basically it would be a much smoother walk over. You'd instead just basically, as you come through, you'll see it naturally. Plus, I have no plans for this space. This is basically a space that has no use. If it had more of a use, or I had thought of something to do with it, I wouldn't feel as comfortable going, yeah, you know, I could just get rid of that. But I don't have a use for it. So that's kind of where I end up going in. I want to like it, to be clear. I want it to be like, yeah, you know, it's not that big a deal, but the more I look, the more it's like, nah, that's just not very good. That's just not very good. I want to like it. I really do. But it just doesn't look right. Alright, so what I want to do here... is I want to kind of clear that out. And then what I'll probably do is I will bring that up there, and then we'll actually just slowly kind of open that up. And I think it'll work for what I wanted to do. Okay. Alright, we don't want it to be too flat though, so... Oh, no, we don't. We want to... Right. It works. Sort of. But yeah, I think I want to loosen up this corner as well, basically, with it. Not a lot, but enough. So I don't like how it is currently. I find it annoying. Alright. Alright, so I want to go in here, I think. Do I want this to be how much do I want this to be? Do I want it to... like I said, I do kind of want the curve to be a little bit less. Maybe to there. I don't know how deep it's gonna... I'll have to clear that out later, but... Just to kind of get the idea here. A little too flat, I think. Maybe bring it to here for a bit. Alright. And there. And then to keep it more in line. And here. I think that'll work. Because, I mean, most of this is just kind of... little things I think I can just kind of clear out. 1-2 kind of punch kind of way. Alright. Maybe instead this could go here. I have one that kind of comes up part of the way. There we go. Pull that in like that. I should probably go put things away a little bit here. So maybe I could just fill this in like so. And then allow the grass to grow in to it. That way we know what we're doing here. It all works out. For now. I know. Like I said, they will clear this side out as well. Probably a similar method. Well, I already know how I'm kind of doing that, so that's fine. Then they'll create a smoother... It's not going to be smooth, but it's going to be a smoother line around and through and all that. Which is the most important thing, I think. Well, for a city. Specifically, let me specify that one. Yep. So far, so good. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, we've already cleared that all out, I think. We even have room for the... Yeah, these I do actually have room for, I think. Not that one, though. Alright. We could do that. I do want it to feel somewhat natural. I do want to have, like, that vibe of built natural, rather than... just, like, natural. Because, again, like I said, you're building a city, you don't want certain things to kind of get in the way. There. Don't really... I need to just shut the dirt. I need to go put things away. I'll come back. We'll see how smooth it is at the end. I think that'll really decide the deciding factor. Hey, it helps me get more materials. For the project later. Alright. That is dirt. Yep. We're just gonna put these in there. Makes us a little extra room, right? Yeah, that works for the moment. There's a little DeFi. Alright, I don't think this was the spot. I think it's like just gonna get up in it. Yep, okay. Neglect that. I should probably get a repair kit, shouldn't I? First and foremost, I want to remove the thorn that this is. Alright. Oh, the fact that obviously it doesn't look quite right with all that. I mean... It is starting to look better. It's smoother. I think. Yeah, I should go get a repair kit. Here, we'll do a bit of this first. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, just to kind of get the start there. Yeah, I think that'll work. I could bring in a little bit of the extra on the side things after I'm done, but that's not the end of the world. And that's not the important bit at the moment. The important bit at the moment is to just kind of clear that away and give it a little bit more... Then we give it, like, taste to it. To give it a little bit more oomph to it. Much like the spot over there. And mind you, I don't think I'm gonna go, like, and remove every little spot. I'm just saying, like... Hey, it has disappeared now. Weird. Or no, it's not. It's up there. I feel like this does not need to be like that. This can be as it is. And I can add just a little bit more grass and blah blah. That'll look fine there. But this is just not a great spot. It's not like there's like that. It's just a little inlet either. It's that it's out then in then out, and it just doesn't look right. To explain why I'm just kind of getting caught up on it. Which I don't have to. And I know that. Alright. We're gonna waste some durability on this thing. Still better than nothing. Bliffles. Because I still don't feel like making a new one yet. This is the last time though, because this is gonna be, could be rough. 240. Wait. Was it 240 before? What? I mean, if they're... I wonder what the lowest... I think it was 240 before. A minute. Did I hit the lowest it can go? I'm sure I'm wrong. I'm sure I must have seen it wrong. I'm just like, blah, blah, blah. It'd be funny if it did. Like, I can't go below 240 because, you know, I wouldn't make it be like perfect. I don't mind 240. It's so much to keep going. I think I must just be re-seeing though, because I wasn't paying enough attention beforehand. Hey. But yeah, then we'll add a bit of texture to the side a little bit, probably. Not a lot, though, because I do like the idea of kind of... roading it up. Yeah, slowly coming there. And you go sleep. But like, I could even put a spot in like that. not a big spot, but it's a little thing to kind of give more vibe too. Alright, I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna try and remove the thing. Oh, also, yeah, I'll show you in a second, Tommaso. If you want to see where I have done some work on the bigger building that I want to have. So I did fix the roof there over there a bit. It's not 100%, but it's 97%. For vibes of the tastiest variety. Reggie wants to see Panda books. You know, Reggie. What are you doing, Foxy Fox? What are you... Why do you live in my vegetable bed? Seriously. Anyway. I don't know. Like, I know this spot basically it's and it goes right back up, but I don't know, I didn't like how it looked on that side specifically. And I think that's the best way to handle it. Just to remove it. It cleans up the edges nicely. Alright. 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 There we go. Should probably have brought up a spot. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually put a spot there, I think. And there. Like that. One here. Maybe I should start trying to figure out these spots as well. Once I clear out the edge there. Although I do think that a spot here and here. I'm doing one there. Is it normal? That adds a little bit of flavor to it. So a lot of flavor must be added to kind of just clean up this whole mess. Go. Alright, so beyond that, I kind of want to bring this here. Maybe that. No, no. No. That's probably enough. Well, I'm just trying to figure out where I want to put things to give the texture that needs to kind of fit. Maybe one there. I don't want to put one there though. And then one. I think that'll do for the most part. I'll probably do like a spot or two over here. Maybe there. And then as we go down. Like that. I think that'll do it. It's not a lot, but it's enough to kind of create the texture that I'm looking for that. Maybe I do want this. Alright. Yeah, I think that works. I'm just trying to work out where everything goes. I mean, it takes time. Actually, I think that just... Maybe pop a pip there. I do see that I should probably have a spot there. But for the amount of like little areas I'm kind of adding to it, I think it's fine. But you could see, like, on the other sides, that I did not touch sides. That's just kind of how that ends up going. Maybe there'd be one here. And then, like, one way down, but... And then that would come right back up here. And then from there, I'll have to just decide afterwards if there's any spots that feel like they could use a little spot, but... Ooh, whoops. No, this one definitely goes here, I think. Yeah. I was figuring out where things can go. And if we put that there, that kind of does the job. Actually, yeah. That will probably come down here. I mean, that side makes sense to kind of have it be flat. And it was already mostly flat anyway, so... yeah. I mean, it's not that deep. Fill this in like so. Probably put a spot there. Another spot there. Like so. And I kind of like it as it is. I think that'll do for what I'm looking for this. I definitely think maybe put one here though. But that's the bottom. Right there. I kind of like the idea of having this one go all the way up. Like that. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe here and then here. I'm even a little high, so I'll have to take it down a step as well, but... Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. Alright, I'm gonna do my test. Does it go lower? I still want to make a new one, mind you, but... I mean, hey, but look, we're almost done. The thing is almost gone. It'll feel smoother, at least. And like I said, it's not really about, being clean, like, being... it's just... It's meant to, A, be more about kind of, like, actually being able to travel around it as an area. And 2, to just kind of be... logical? I'm gonna go heal my pickaxe. Like I said, I want to try it one more time just to see where it lands on that. I also want to make myself a new one. You guys, you do you. So one, I want to make a new one of that. I want to see what happens. I already know it's at 240. Okay, so it does keep going down. Alrighty, that's fine. And the new one. We made so much just for the sake of this, although I guess I'll have to kill more skeletons. This one first, then the other one. Once I break this one this time, though, I will be chucking it in the other thing again. I only get back, like, a quarter of what I put in, but, you know. I don't know, I think I would set it there to be, like, a lowest thing, though. Like, if somebody really wants to waste that much iron kind of thing. Of course, the lowest is probably, like, 1. Can't see. Like that, like that. So we got that there. Alright. And then we just fill in. Fill in. Good. It becomes a lot easier to kind of clean up, though. I mean, look at that. That's pretty good. Alright, do I want to clean this up at all? I kind of do want to clean the... But again, it's because I know that this isn't really the bottom. It's what this is. But occasionally you might have one like that. Alright. Oops. Alright, so here's the deal. I think we gotta go down quite a ways, but this is just to kind of start. Get to where it feels like it's supposed to be. Alright. Point being, overall, it's not that big a deal. Not gonna bother with clearing anything more further out than this. Okay. There. Boom, 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 boom. There. Yeah. That works. I mean, before I even get to working on that, this is just the best way to kind of clear this out. Go. I do kind of hope that Mithril has a higher, whatever that finally comes to the game. Like, I hope that has a higher, level than this. What level are we on here? Actually, that's perfect. The dirt back, probably. I'll change back to grass later. It's shocking how easy it is to just kind of clear that out. See, we haven't even gotten to the part where we clear out this part. don't really want to have anything more there. I'm gonna do it that there. Alright. So I kinda just want to stick to it as is. Yeah, I see what I've done here, kinda. So we put that there, put that there. And then we just pull this out. And then we can remove this. Alright, do I know that be about it? Yeah, I think I do. I mean, that's just kind of how that goes. Or do I even want anything there? Technically, that wouldn't go there at all. Yeah, that works. Ironically, more texture than the, but in the end, it ends up being just flat, because that's how that works, so, yeah. I think that works well. It cleans up nicely. And is it time for Buna? Yeah, it's time for Buna to be like, wait! Why don't you love me? Again. Let's see if he comes out. I know he do be a nappin'. I mean, sleep. I'm just gonna wait. I mean, it's not that long. Hey, I mean, I cleaned out more of the map. I think that's the best way to kind of go about it, right? Yeah. I mean, it was right? Yeah. do kind of wish we could like have like something that allows us to play like whatever song, or to some extent. Maybe like you could set up like to keep it in line with the idea with Hytale, you know, more fantasy. What could be is like you could craft a certain number of instruments. If you put the instruments together, or like they just put a certain order, allows you to basically create the band. That'd be interesting. I don't think they'll do it, and I don't think it's a bad thing that they'll not do it, to be clear. Just something that'd be interesting. But to have where you could set up basically a magic band. Yeah, akin to the note block, but fitting more within Hytale's style. But then you could just like, because there is a large music pool to pull from the game. The soundtrack has quite a large. If you go and look, there's like 2 volumes of soundtrack. I don't know about that. I'm just saying more like. Yeah, look at how much nicer that is to see on the side there. That side's next. But that's why I was saying more like you make a band. And you can just get them to play a song. I think it'd be too complicated to do, which is why I don't think they should do it necessarily, but I just kind of like the idea of effectively being able to do the toggle of a jukebox, but I don't think that it should be something like a jukebox, because obviously this is a very heavily fantasy style kind of thing. But a good way to kind of have that would instead to just be you can make a band, and then you could basically click on the band, the magic band, right? And have it play for in the area. It could even be like a select number of songs. It'd be kind of nice, because yeah, I just think it'd be nice. Mind you, you don't have to agree with me. Gasp. And I want to pull this in here. Yeah, I'll just deal with it. The other thing I'd like to be able to designate is home. I could actually designate my home. Then I could have it where it doesn't play caves music when I go into my house. And oftentimes treat it like a cave. It's like, come on. Technically, I think the bed sort of does that, but just I'm not sure within what area. But that is something else, so that I don't know. Again, I'm not saying like it's easy or that they should definitively do it necessarily. I don't know. I'm more inclined to the jukebox style thing. That's not a jukebox, because that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I think that would be nice. Because, I mean, obviously you have songs I prefer versus don't, and then you can just kind of have the song you want to be listening to kind of playing. Kind of. Again, following that fantasy setting. But I do think it is important. To be honest. Do I want to actually pull this? See, I almost want to kind of adjust the walking. I don't want to go all the way over to that. So that's kind of where I end up going, I like the concept, but I don't know where that would be. What do I like? What do I want best? Anyway, but that's kind of where I end up going. There's things that would just kind of be nice in the game. I mean, mind you, we can't use magic yet, but like, I mean, we have magic crystals and stuff. I feel like it'd be possible to kind of create. You know what? I have to think of what I have to do. It has to be done. Realistically speaking, that just gotta go. Alright. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with a boop, boop, boop. Like that. Actually, I might just use this. And then that goes like that. And obviously I could add like a little bit extra there, but that would definitely help. Thank you for the follow, Isaac. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I was trying to focus on, cutting a chunk. And longing for explosives. Anyway, how are you? Hope you're doing well. That's fine. I think that's good to hear. Alright. Yeah, I was a little distracted because it's like, it's a lot. Hello, Knight. How are you? I kind of wanna, sort of do just want this to be flat. Or more flat. That'll help a little bit. Sorry, mid chunk redesigning. I looked in my map as I was getting ready to road plan, and I realized the most horrible thing. I I'm so glad I realized early. I was not going to be happy with how that was. I don't know one or the other. My phone died. I couldn't get Twitch to work. There is mod support. I just do vanilla. But I do know that there is a bunch of mods that exist. Yeah, my phone just kind of decided, Twitch decided that it did not need me to see. Yeah, you can. You just have to do it through a launcher. I know that CurseForge has a bunch of them. That you can just straight up do. Heck, they've been having whole, like, competitions. Yeah. But you can actually get the mods for Hytale through CurseForge if you choose. You just gotta use the CurseForge launcher, which is how it works for Minecraft as well. In-game mods thing is not as much of a thing yet. But as far as being able to use them, I know people do. One of the guys that isn't here right now has been trying to convince me to do modded. Update 5 is the next update, so that'll probably be in about 2 months. Well, not 2 months yet. Like a month and a month and a half. Update 4 just came out, so that wouldn't be crazy long. But I do know people have been playing modded. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I just know people have been playing modded. Like I said, one of the people who's not here today has been trying to convince me to play. Yeah, there was modded. There were mods on day 1 night. They literally set it up so it should work. So I don't know what's up with that. Yeah. I just know it's supposed to be working. But I don't know how it works. You probably have to make a pack and run the pack. I know with like I said, like I know with Minecraft for CurseForge, you have to run through their launcher. I know there's supposed to be a more in-game launcher eventually, to some extent, that is aimed for. Or to be more exact, that it's like, you don't need to have a separate. Yeah, and they don't work. Just sadness. Eventually. Magic is supposed to come to the game, though. I mean, the actual magic system is just not here yet. One thing I hope comes... No, they don't work properly, because you've got, no mana. Unfortunately. They wouldn't really work. I'm sure it'll eventually work more. I think that's probably just meant to be an indicator of, yeah, you can't do that yet. No, I know. Fair enough. I'm just saying, I think that probably when it actually is, like, more ready for being implemented, they will probably adjust things. A good example of something that they recently changed up in an update 4 that had it was a good thing. Other than, I'm so glad all the trees have saplings now. It's so frustrating when I just want to use specific wood types. And they just don't exist. Anywhere nearby. Sorry, Kitty has sat on my lap. But no, one of the things I'm actually happy they did with update 4 is the plants. That now you just have to that you can upgrade your alchemist workbench, and that they now can do this. Because before it was a lot more annoying. So much more, and that's cheaper too as well. I'm just super happy because I was tired of trying to find the recipes. So it's like, I knew eventually they had to have something. I was like, something, please! They also now have an item that doesn't technically exist in the game as well. I have a tier 9 farming bench. Thank you. I took an old, I took a building that was already here, obviously, a little mine shaft, and I kind of just made it nicer. And then I've just built other buildings around it. And now my current thing I'm trying to do, like my barn, is I'm trying to kind of make a little town. And then obviously the portal set up. But I want to actually build a town before the update that's the big update that will make me want to restart. Because I do want to, when the tier 2, whatever it's called, the version 2 World Gen happens. Ah, fair enough. My spawn is somewhere that away. Like I built a little gatehouse here on this side with a gate. I do need to finish this. And I do need to finish good for you. You're right. You're right, kitty. And I built a tavern. Not perfect, but it works. Honestly, I really kind of like how... The one thing I do feel disappointed is with the windows, that I can't see out the tavern windows. But I enjoy kind of just doing that kind of thing. So I was just kind of like, you know what? When the big update comes, I'm going to restart anyway. And I've pretty much done everything that there is to do for now. As in, just World Gen update, I mean. Honey. The only things I haven't done are find a horse and things like that. But, yeah. So I decided I would build a town, so I've kind of been slowly but surely adjusting all the things in here for that. But no, I honestly... It is fun. The thing I'm left with, and mind you, I do end up comparing to Minecraft because I play both, but the biggest thing I'm left with as the biggest difference is that basically Hytale from day one does what Minecraft has been trying to do in the last couple of updates kind of thing, the last update cycle kind of thing, which is just the, you know, the exploration factor, but it's just done better, which I think is nice. Well, no. I'm being serious. I play both. Tomorrow I'm doing modded Minecraft. Today I'm doing Hytale. On Saturday I'll probably do more Hytale. Because I like both games. But, I don't know. It made me kind of really look at the... The biggest thing for me, though, I like exploring in games. And I kind of figured out why I don't like exploring in Minecraft by playing Hytale. Oh no, I do agree. Minecraft has things that are better as well. But I was just more meaning, like, the biggest thing I'm left with is, with Minecraft, when they add a thing for you to go explore for, it's a you go and you get it or you don't, and it's no real reason to stick around. Heck, even their most recent one they're gonna do, the stupid sulfur caves. They're gonna stick cave spiders in it, making it a place you don't want to hang out. Again, I'm just kind of left with, wait, so you want me to go explore and check out and do spinning? Like, I'm not against it, but at the same time, am I supposed to go there and admire it? Or am I supposed to, you know, go there for the building materials, their only building materials for some reason, and then get out? That's kind of where I'm left with. But I didn't really, like I said, I've played other games, but it's not like it's been as easy to kind of compare. I started getting the vibe of that. That was my issue with another one that I did that's similar for this, called Cubic Odyssey, but it still had other things that were different enough that didn't make me go, wait a minute. I was like, oh my goodness, yet again. Yet again, like, they're adding 2 building blocks. That's right, like, and here's the thing I was just to kind of explain. I found it so funny with the tiny takeover stuff that they announced that like right after Hytale had come out with all, or rather right before the baby mobs. Yeah, something, anything. Plus sulfur is explosive. I wasn't necessarily thinking craftable gunpowder, but I was thinking maybe they would go with like a craftable blaze powder. Well, it's kind of cute. I find a lot of them to be kind of eh. But my point was more, so Hytale comes out, right? They did have, and yeah, no, they hadn't announced anything yet. If you look at the baby moms on Hytale, and this is more what I mean, they're just kind of cuter. So it just makes it feel like eh-er. So it's less that they are. I don't find them as cute, just because I think dot eyes are not the way to go, personally. I think I would find them cuter if they weren't the dot eyes. Mm-hmm. And but I would be like, if I hadn't seen Hytale's mobs. Well, again, eyes. I like eyelights. My favorite mob in Hytale is this little guy. Look at him. The boar piglet. They're so cute. And I just kind of end up comparing because of that. It's not that I think that Minecraft is bad. I just think I would have probably put off the tiny takeover when I saw something like that. Yeah, the little derpy eyes. I love the derpy eyes. They're so cute. And I'm not saying like it has, but it honestly, weirdly enough, not all of the animals, most of them don't, but the boar piglet feels more like I kind of would expect the vibe, but less pixels for Tiny Takeover, except it wasn't. It was instead having those dot eyes that I don't care for personally, and I don't think it's bad for you to like them, to be clear. The personal thing. I was more left with how far into their development were they that they could not figure out a quick turnaround or throw something else in there quickly to make it feel like a more fleshed out update to not compare to Hytale. But what I was saying was more along the lines of then, and then, right before Minecraft Live, Hytale drops update 4 with like 500 blocks, 250 which were in survival. And then Minecraft comes out with 2 block sets and a punchable slime. I was just left with it. Yeah. Ditto. I think the rabbits work. I thought the rabbits were extremely cute with the tiny takeover stuff. I think that was a smart way to kind of go about that. I will go there. I think those are floofy and cute and just nice. But I think that I honestly think maybe instead they should have just focused on trying to do a little bit more of the same thing they did last year. A few more, basically texture packs on a few more items to add a little bit more vibrancy to a couple different places as well. Similar to Spring to Life, I think that they could have done a more to that. And I wouldn't have felt as kind of... Because again, I think my biggest thing with the exploration is when I explore in Hytale, and the fact that my computer does not run off in the same way that it does with Minecraft, which is weird. Like, I would not expect that. But I think it's just because, well, design. Minecraft is just kind of so bloated. But, like, the bushes and things, I think if there was more to that, I would feel more inclined to explore with Minecraft. They need to have things that are not meant to be gone and got. I think that's part of it that I'm really left with. I think that they need to have something where you can just take a moment, walk over to a spot, and just vibe. That gives more reason to explore than anything else, ironically. But they don't do things to just vibe, and they don't do things for just functional either. So it ends up becoming a kind of useless building block in a not so great looking place because it's not mixed well together. And I'd actually use this biome as a good example. This is marble here, this is chalk there. Just colors and textures that add to it. This is gravel, basically. They're little things. And yeah. The engine, I don't disagree. I'm saying in general, I feel like what they try to do is just kind of bland. A good example with the sulfur thing I'm left with is why would I ever go to the sulfur caves? It just makes me less inclined to want to. It just ironically makes it harder to find diamonds, which for me is already a pain in the butt. So, you know, that's great. But beyond that, I'm just left with, yeah, at the very least, I kind of wish charcoal could be turned into blocks like coal. And used for other things that coal can be used for. It would be nice. The irony is, I feel like Minecraft is the negative side of adding modders as your developers, whereas Hytale is a more positive side. On Hytale, they actually talk to, learn about the mod, and, you know, when they pay for and they incorporate the mod as it is. Minecraft hires a developer of the mod, and then has them never make that mod on the game, has them do something else entirely. And then, yeah. Or they do it themselves, because, you know, they don't want to do that, but then that's not really making sense, because, you know, you'd think that they'd be there for that. That would be a big thing. And, I mean, I'll be honest, I love the colored lighting, by the way. So good. God. But, to me, I think I'm left with... my biggest thing to me was when I heard, like, because I saw the interview, right? Or the discussions of the interview. Yeah. And I think that's just part of it. I know they're planning on bringing the vibrant visuals to Java, but I'm going to be honest, if you ever actually play with vibrant visuals, and you're not willing to pay for a resource pack, it's ugly. So I'm not happy it's coming to Java, because they still haven't cleaned it up enough to really be usable. Believe me, I tried them. I actually tried them as they are. And they just are too saturated. Yeah. If I could just have a saturation setting, I think I wouldn't be as against the vibrant visuals. I stopped playing Bedrock because I got ticked after... I mean, I managed to remember to save or have a copy, but after they decided the Bedrock update that decided to delete my world. And by the way, it wasn't the one that was supposed to do it. It was the one after. That's the thing that ticks me off the most. That's why I don't go back. Because I'm just left with, why would I go back to that? I mean, I don't think that'll happen to us, but I've said it before. I don't think that anything like Hytale's gonna kill Minecraft or anything like that. But I do think that Minecraft could kill Minecraft, and that's why I find it sad. More than anything else. Especially, the thing that bothered me the most with the sulfur thing, I knew they were going to announce the sulfur stuff, right? That all got leaked. Heck, apparently the whole show got leaked, you know? Yeah, exactly. About, like, 4 hours or so before they actually played it. Yep, it is healthy. Yeah. And that's kind of more where I go with, is it's like... And I think my biggest thing is, upon seeing that they basically have stated that, yeah, they're not planning to ever do a big update again, because the caves and cliffs was so hard, and that was scary. And I'm just left with... I mean, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but that's basically how it comes out, and it's just like... So, you switched the whole thing because you just didn't want to make big updates, but that's not good. Because big updates are needed. It is what keeps the player base engaged if they're going to follow that kind of route. Small updates don't. Small updates only add bloat that you're not even going to remember what update it's from. Realistically speaking. And I honestly think the only reason they added the sulfur and the cinnabar stuff this time is because people were pointing out it had been over a year and a half since they had a single block added to Minecraft. A game about blocks. For a full block, I mean. Because yes, they technically added the happy gas. But that wasn't a full block. I think they basically, that just was the reaction. It's not good. I mean, here's the thing. I don't mind it not being something I like. I've said it before. I don't think it has to be that it's catered to me or anything. I think it's more along the lines of these updates, quite literally overall in the long scheme of things, don't mean anything. Realistically speaking, if I were to say, like, heck, I liked the armored paws thing, right? But I didn't think that they should do it like that. I thought they should have left it to be part of 1.21 with the trial chambers. Because it would have made the update feel bigger. I still feel that way. Ironically, part of what made Tricky Trials feel so small is because they literally basically split the update 1 month beforehand. So that they could start their drop system. And be like, see, we've been doing drops. And it's like, no. No, this was being developed as one update up until like a month before. Let's be honest here. No, like I said, I'm pretty sure it was to make it be like, look, aren't drops great? Kind of thing. But it was one update. You can kind of feel... It just was, again, a scattered update. Which doesn't feel great, but it would have at least felt bigger. Ironically. And I do feel like... I do kind of go with... I feel like if they had done what they did with 1.14... It's not as bad. Or even if it's like over a 2-year cycle. If you have a big update, and then you have more bug fixing and setup updates, and then you do a big update, I don't think that's bad. They feel like they need more prep time, they should give themselves the prep time by actually taking time to do that. One update where they only focus on those kinds of things, heck, not even acknowledged, right, as really an update other than that it's a thing, does a lot more than a bunch of small things. Heck, I think beyond that, if they them having the Minecraft live that's not live at all and gets leaked like every single time, I think that's my biggest thing I'm still left with. They can't keep it from getting leaked. Change the name or something. Like, yes, we all know that it's not live, but still. You know? It bugs me. But yeah. I mean, in this case, I guess you could say it technically was better. It only got fully leaked like 4 or 5 hours in advance, I think. But that's still pretty bad. But I'm gonna be honest, I think part of why it's so easy to leak is just that it is, well, at this point, so small. I mean, think about it. Before, that was 2 hours worth of content that you had to steal. Now, it's less than half an hour. And if all you steal is the reveal stuff, that's like 5 minutes. Which is kind of bad. Like, really, really bad. But no, it bothers me in a lot of ways. Just feel like, where I feel like they should have taken the time to focus on stepping back, looking at what they need to do versus not. And instead it just kind of became more of the same. I mean, it's been wondered on more than one occasion if that could be the case. I do know that. But they do their own little things, their little previews, their hints and stuff, so I don't see why they'd feel like they need to do a full-on leak in advance, other than for somebody who knows that it's gonna be reacted to badly to be, like, trying to mitigate somewhat. But that would just mean that they know that it's bad. And that nobody's gonna be really happy in the end. Because I think that's my biggest thing with that. With the thing. Is like, I don't see a reason for Minecraft Live anymore. They don't announce anything of like, just worth or excitement. Heck, I mean, this last time, over 50% of it was the update that was coming out. That wasn't the big thing that anyone would be there for. And I just kind of am left with, I mean, there's ways to handle things. I do think there are. But no, I mean, overall, I hope they slowly but surely, we get better stuff. I don't anticipate it. I'm kind of at the point where I think it's just gonna be slow bloating and just losing out over time. And mind you, I do feel like there are things that Minecraft does better. A good example, how to get grass. Right now, there is no way to get grass. Various grass types. So, But no, I do feel like a large amount of it is just they clearly don't actually listen, and they are like, oh, we totally listen to you. Yes, we heard you guys wanted sulfur. You wanted it for building stuff, right? I do know you can get moss. I was more meaning these. And you can get these. Like that. I was more meaning I can't wait for an ability to craft them. I hope that comes. You could spread this grass, but that grass no. Yeah. And there's several variants of it, so it's a little frustrating. But like I said, I think that that is done better currently on Minecraft. I'm not like being like just ooh, negativity. Especially since there's so many variations. Once you start cutting them, you find out how many there really are. There's like 5 per just biome type. Well, rather, zone, I guess, type. But no, I think I'm left with those things that are better for both. I feel like Hytale is better for exploration. The starter island ensures that you have at least some of the types of biomes you need, each one pretty much, within a reasonable amount of space to actually get to it. I feel like Minecraft does things like grass better. For now. I can't guarantee that I'll feel that way in the end, but for now, I do feel that way. Who knows? But I do kind of end up being left with the bigger thing, I think, is really the big difference and why I feel like one is kind of going bad and one is not necessarily, is community. Or just like listening to the people who actually buy the game. And again, I really don't think it's Microsoft in the same way a lot of people do, just because Microsoft doesn't pay attention to the dev teams. Oh yeah, did you know that you can actually hop up 4 blocks, Isaac? 1, 2, 3, 4. If you do it just right. Cool. I like that because I don't think it was intentional, because it's only supposed to be 3 blocks, but it's nice that it does it, and it's nice they haven't removed it. It's so nice, because it's like, then you can basically just go anywhere. But I mean, that's the kind of thing I end up left with. I feel like those are the... not the jumping. I think that's more Hytale than Minecraft. I think Minecraft is fine not to need the jumping. But I do feel like smoothness. It's... That's the biggest... That's one of the bigger takeaways I've had between Vanilla and Hytale. Just how smooth you move and run and stuff. And it's such a weird thing to say, because you don't think of that kind of thing. Like, even as you're hopping up blocks, just normal, like... Maybe, like, counting 2 blocks. There's just a... Yeah, who knows? It's probably going to remain a feature. Well, it depends on how you're doing it. Problem is stamina. I've gotten very good at figuring out how to... If you do a second hop, like, right after, it'll move just nicely. But it's because you stop moving as fast. It probably became a feature. I don't disagree. Minecraft has the same kind of stop feel as like I think you're talking about, but it's a lot more jarring. Although modded Minecraft doesn't. A lot of mod packs do tend to remove that. Make it a little bit smoother. But basically part of it is just you're in the area so long. Which I don't think is a bad thing. Like I said, it's different. I just felt, like I said, I like the smoothness. Not the jumps specifically. I like the jumps, but I think that Minecraft jumps are fine. I just think that the ability to kind of move around as you run. You don't have a little jar ring it sometimes. Is nice. That was more what I meant. And like just a small jump. Because on Minecraft, if I had done that jump, I have a 50-50 shot of hitting the block somehow still. Which I shouldn't. Realistically speaking. But no, I think the biggest thing is Hytale understands fantasy is fantasy. That I'm trying to like put to words like why I think the exploration and stuff is better. And I think this is it. I think I've got it. Hytale understands fantasy is fantasy. You don't have to have like real animals. The bunny can be a cute little horned rabbit. The sharks can exist as fantasy-esque sharks. You can have fantasy whales. You don't want them to be something that's associated with the real world. Something, by the way, I have been saying I wish Minecraft would do. Yeah, it's a jackalope. Exactly. Well, it's just called rabbit. Because it's this fantasy world style of what a rabbit looks like. And I think that's fine. And that is just so cute that it sleeps. Even the bears are not really bears. They're more like... They've got a little fluffy color and stuff. I've got Mr. Bear over there so I can kind of... Heck, we have a bird over there called a tetrabird. But I think that's kind of something that really and truly helps breathe into the world. Having animals, having every animal pretty much drop meat if it feels like it would drop enough meat in real life. Bunnies, drop meat. Goats, drop meat. Bears, drop 3 meat. Wolves, drop 2 meat. Drop 1 to 2 meat. And are in packs of 2. But that makes sense. That's absolutely normal logic. And if they feel a little iffy about real-world animal version, clearly they fantasify it. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Heck, even the little penguin. I've got a penguin in here. And the camels. Look at the camels. They got a tortoiseshell on the back of them. Oh, I gotta grab the eggs. The penguins, they look kind of penguin-y, but they also look kind of less... Like, they got a purple color to them. Which is not, like, a real-world penguin. And I think that works. It fits. It feels nice. It makes sense. Within this world. And I like that. I think that's a good thing to go with. But yeah, you go look at Mr. Bear. I'm sorry to hear that your arm hurts. That's never fun. Yeah. He's got a little... The way that his little... collar puff there is... Oh, don't follow me, buddy. No, Mr. Bear, don't drown. You drowned last time. You're gonna drown again. No, bears just drop meat here. Yeah, I'm gonna try... The only bear that's allowed to live here. I eat all of the bears, but, you know... But heck, I even like when they've got trash, quote-unquote. They're all things that do fit within Hytale. Glass bottles. Armor pieces. I don't disagree that bears should be able to swim, but at the same time I'm kind of glad that they don't. Because it gets so annoying. Mr. Bear, come here. Yep, and now I'm out. Yep. I do kind of agree, except I do think part of the whole thing with the chitin is that it's meant to be specifically the desert bugs. And I do think that's on purpose. That, well, yes, crabs would drop something similar. It's not as powerful. You know? Because it even has a description to it. Let me look at the description, which is what makes it important. This resilient material forms the exoskeleton of many creatures found throughout the land. Or kitten. I'm sorry, chitin. I'm not good at speaking. But the point is, it's, I think, meant to be just kind of like certain creatures like that. I know. I'm very... I sometimes forget. But I like that also, one of the things that I really like, again, just kind of going through the different kind of things that I have wished that Minecraft would have to some extent. In this case, is it effectively a hint system that doesn't make you feel stupid to not know it. Like this. I like that thorium. That's fine, I get it. I'm an aspie. I get it. But, like, thorium, it's like, while Farrens do not themselves make use of this metal, they keep a vigilant watch over its deposits in the sun-scorched deserts and arid badlands. Should their age-old enemies rise once more, these reserves would be the first they sought to harvest. I like that. I like that it tells you, you want to find more? Go to the desert. But it doesn't do it in a way that makes you feel dumb for not finding it anywhere else and being like, where do I find this material? Again, if you manage to find a cobalt ingot, I like that it goes, in Outlander myth, this metal is said to be cold to the touch, even when molten. While verifying this would be ill-advised, the origins amidst the frigid peaks and frozen caverns of their territory lend the stories some credence. Outlanders are hard to fight because they swarm you, but honestly, if you manage to take out the archers, they're not that bad, actually. The biggest problem is they just respawn so fast. But I like that, like, each of these has, like, an explanation to them to make you know, this is where you'll find more. Another good example being adamantite. This rare metal was once instrumental to the advancements made in the People Crucible. Though little remains of the city's former splendor, traces of the resilient ore can still be found in the depths beneath the scorched lands. Fair enough. I don't even do that. I don't even... I know I have some somewhere. And that's where I end up going. I know eventually silver will have an explanation, like copper. A common metal smelted from ore found throughout all regions of Orbis, and then iron. Its natural abundance and reliable strength make this the ideal candidate for fashioning common tools and weapons. Like, you could tell where they haven't fully fleshed out everything, like gold and silver, just because they don't have the description. I've got... I know. I've got stuff. I don't think I have the grimoire itself, but I do have those stupid things. Oh yeah, I do, actually. Rekindle embers. I've got them. I've got a few here and there. I mostly leave them. Honestly, for me, Outlanders, all I need is a good bow and, like, use some daggers when they get too close. Take out the archers first and the I think there's crossbow guys. And then focus on the others. And then get inside the buildings because they can't open doors yet. Yeah, no, I know. I know, I don't really bother. Like I said, I'm kind of... I pack light. I pack a lot of food. And I just kind of... Yeah. I wish I could tame you. I really wish I could tame Reggie. I hope that comes in the future. But, like... Yeah, no, if I think it's gonna be too much of a pain in the butt, what I do is I just kind of set down a sleeping bundle and just kind of raid them all. But honestly, I think the worst one, and the only one I haven't really, like... Yeah, I just love how all the creatures look. You know? But yeah, I want Reggie to be able to be tamed. That guy doesn't have a name. I picked him up. And as I've said, I can understand that one probably not being tameable. I mean, that is technically more close to the actual real-world animal, but I do feel like I want the cheese. I want to be able to use the cheese and tame Reggie. He already sits in my room, like, all the time. He's my house mouse. Yeah, it's true. At least they don't despawn. And that is nice. Also not nice for other things as well, because nothing despawns, but it's fine. But yeah. I just want to be able to tame Reggie. But Reggie isn't upset when I go in my room, because he lives in there. But I like designing and doing stuff. I think it's cool that I can. Things I can't wait for are the ability to craft the small campfire. I'm sure that'll eventually come. It has to come. It's completely decorational, but you know, it's nice to have. Suna is Suna. These. They're so cool. As of right now, the only place I can get them is stealing from Yetis and the occasional desert camp. Which sounds weird, but it's true. And the brazier, the braziers here. I like those. I like the idea of being able to have those. But I mean, heck. I think one of the funniest things, though, with Update 4 that I found absolutely hilarious was that they announced with they're adding the saplings, they announced they added like 4 new trees, right? So here's the thing. One of those new trees, that's been there a while. I put that there a while ago. I think I don't think it's bad. I think it's funny. Whenever it's like, oh, and we added this, and you go in and you're like, no, you didn't. Probably made it easier to find, and I do think that's a good thing. I do think that is good. Because as of right now, it is a little frustrating, rather, as of how it was a little frustrating to find. But it is not now, which is nice. I think. I did close my door, right? Oh no, I just scared Reggie. I'm sorry, Reggie. Well, eventually it'll pop over. But no, I mean, I like how it is. I like having the backpack as the way it is. It's fun, it's interesting, it's different. I can't wait to be able to upgrade it again, but obviously as of right now we can't do that. I think that's gonna be, I don't know when that'll be. That'll probably be like after whenever they do the terrain upgrade, I guess. Just because I don't feel like Storm Mother's gonna come until that's more in line. Or they'll add a different way to get it. Yep, there's the little buddy. No, I just, yeah. I enjoy both games, but I do find a lot missing. Just the disappointment factor. With specifically vanilla Minecraft. But it really does kind of go back to that whole... I have no reason to go to the end for me personally. There's nothing really special other than the Elytra and shulker boxes, so I don't see a reason to go there. Especially since end cities are not my thing. Once you go through the nether, that's the nether. It's not... It's fine. My biggest thing, though, which I hate things like the Ancient City, because it's just... It's not done. It's not fully built. Because it's not qualified, because there's so many things that do not fit within the actual update, but they did it with it. Specifically. Alright. Are you still here? Annoyance that I heard. No. Yes. Cool. gonna make sure the chickens don't get stuck outside again, and then I will finish. I'll find someone to raid and we'll raid someone. But I need such birds. I do like these guys. They're so cool. I wish we could tame them, but we can't. They're just so funky. The not chickens. Or not turkeys, rather. Like tetra birds. Actual turkeys being in the swamp. But no, I love the game, honestly. I love exploring in the game. I love seeing the different things. I think that's nice. Do I think they taste like turkey? I mean, maybe. I think they taste like tetra bird. Very carefully, not walking too close, because that will get me sucked in. And I'm just waiting on chickens to make sure chickens do not get stuck. Because they do that sometimes. That's fine. I mean, they're in there, obviously, but... The updates, oh, yep, there's one. Nope, nope, nope. Where do you think you're going? I now see exactly what happens. You silly bird, and then you'll be stuck. All fixed. I know I should, but it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. And even if I do, then they'll still find some way to get around it. Like, this is after I've redone it, like, several times, and I still can't figure out where... And notice, they still will get on the roof. That's not gonna really work. The problem is because they can go out all sides, they basically just, like, have a spawn radius around them, I think. And they would think about just moving the chicken coop, but that's too much of a pain at this point. And again, like I said, whenever they finally get to adding the next level, the landscape and everything, I do want to just switch to the new version. And having just that. I like having... At which point, I will have new chickens and stuff, so I'll just be better planned at that point. Right now, I'm just being patient. Because I think that's the best way to go about something like that. Eventually. Plus, I mean, the chickens aren't my biggest focus. My biggest focus is, like, over there. And maybe I'll move where the chickens and everything is at some point. As I've said before, I kind of want to stick, like, a hobby farm kind of thing up there. But I don't really want to move... But I could move the chickens. Like I said, it's not so much that it's bad, it's just not... I just have to be more careful next time. I know what I've done wrong and all that. But before I do that... Oh, I was going to show you what I've done. Or what I was working that night. So I did start... Just to quickly also show that, because I was planning to do that. I did start the big building, so that'll go over there. I cut off a piece of the land here already. You can see where it was. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Because it was sticking me. Off. I did not like how it was. You can see how it was. I decided I didn't like that. So I'm just kind of smoothing it. So then it's a lot easier to kind of go in and out of different stuff and all that. I just got frustrated as I was planning the road when I realized that part of why I wasn't figuring out where I was supposed to be, where that would be, is because of this that was here. And basically making it a separate dead end that wasn't really a great spot. And effectively what I'm going to do is I'll just clear that out to here. It's not going to go, like, beyond that. You can see where I'm clearing it to, so it's not like I'm, like, just overly crazy. But it's also so that the road doesn't have as much frustration to it. I already planned where I want the road to go, to be clear. I want it to go down there. Here, where I've got these 7 blocks. Because that's where the road is gonna go, and I was gonna, like, go around, and then I just was like... With where it was, I was just like... Again, I'm just kind of shake, because I was like, because then you'll be able to go right in here. No, wait, that's not it. Where is it? Walk, walk, walk. And it's like, oh, wait, no, it's over here. No, they really don't. But I'm more saying because I realized this is just a pain to be here. Because it blocks in this road in a way that really doesn't need to. For more of a city. And so I'm just kind of adjusting that. And then I realized that this just was not going to look good no matter what I did, so I had to remove this first. It will look better when it's done, to be clear. Well, the tunnel's going to remain. All of the stuff back here, like I said, is going to remain there. I'm just removing specifically from here around. Because realistically, I don't think it fits well. It's not comfortable. If you look at the map, this is what I'm removing. And this. And that makes it feel a lot more like I could put actual buildings and stuff in there. Even on the map, it looks kind of ugly. I'm just showing you like this because I know, and again, I know it's not easy to see, but I'm just saying, because the road is going to go through and around here, because this is where the building's gonna go. You can't see it right now because it's before that point. Here. The road will go around more neatly and more securely like that. Straight on through. I'm gonna probably leave it closer to the sides just because then I can have buildings here or whatever. Or I haven't completely decided, but it'll help with those. I'm not gonna remove this. I think this is fine as it is. And as I said, I'll still leave this part as it is. I'm just saying, for actually walking through the town, as a town, I don't think this fits. Neither does this. Well, it's not specifically going to be that it was ever even like that. The idea would be more... Well, sort of, except for the fact that the materials for this, from this, right, are used for the buildings. The roads, the everything is made of this material. Except for the manor. Plus, who knows, maybe it was never there in the first place. To be honest, it doesn't really look like it would have naturally ended up that way either. That's kind of where I feel like I could just kind of remove it. And I mean, like I said, I'm not completely removing all the stuff here. I'm just removing the part that was basically 99% like chalk and stone. This is going to remain the same. All of this is going to remain the same. From what I've done here, nothing's going to change from this point on. I will build up here, but that's going to be to just kind of hide that. And obviously I'll put a wall here as well, but again, break it down like that. Does that make it easier to understand? Just this lump. That's all that's left. I already removed the thing. I'm going to remove the lump. Heck, I already know that I want, for the spot over here, I want the open spot. I do know for the spot over there, I want to do something specific. I'll probably put a little house in there. That's a little away from everything. You can see this is how big that lump is. It's not very big. It feels like a lot looking at like this, but you can see that's that big circle there. Is this. Teeny tiny thing. I'll probably put something small back here. Arc, pen, something. But I was gonna have to flatten and do things anyway. I might as well just get around to that now. Clear it out next time. And that'll be that. And then I will have the ability to build the road, and then I'll have to get more basalt cobble so that I can finish these. Which, by the way, are so foreign, they would be from way, way, way beyond, like, here. Kind of far away. In fact, they're from mountains, so they're kind of far away. Plus, I'm going to also add in a moat around this to some extent. That's why I need the road to be able to go over here. While I still had room, I just realized I didn't like what it looked like. Also, to make this more clear, this was around out here. This is the edge of it. That's how kind of it was. For how it was together. I don't think it looks bad. I think it looks good. And like I said, this is post changing it. So I'm going to do something similar with this. It's just going to become more rounded. I'm just not done with that point yet of like all this stuff that needs to be done to make it like how it would look. I'll carve this off. It won't take too long. It'll take longer than I'd like because again, no explosives. The one thing I long for the game. Bombs actually blowing stuff up. And I mean, it doesn't even have to be the little pepper bombs. I just wish there was some form of bomb that I could use. Please. Probably, hopefully. For actually clearing terrain. But I think it'd have to be considered separate from the bomb and pepper bomb. Alright, yep, I do gotta finish. Here, let me see if anybody's actually still is streaming. Real quick. Because I got distracted, and that's not good. Can't believe I let myself get distracted. Alright, anyone during Hytale today? But I can actually send you guys to. Let's see. 1 second, I think I got something. Let's see. I don't know, I don't think that person. Already 8 hours in, I don't want to send now. Nope. No. That's fine. I'm just looking through to see what we got. That's all. I don't got anybody either. Um, nope, 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 nope. That person's finishing. Yeah, so as far as people speaking English, that's gonna be hard to do. Well, you know what? Let's try this person. All right. Don't know much about this person, but they're doing Hytale, so it seemed fine. Alright, I hope you guys have a good day slash night slash whatever is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thanks for sticking around. Hope to see you tomorrow for some modded Minecraft. And yeah, like I said, thank you for popping in. Thanks for sticking around. And yeah.